All right, what's happening, folks? This is Lonnie Fox Raymond, and you are watching the Michigan VNEA State Championships. Thank you for tuning in. We've got a decent starting match here between Hattendorf and Clark versus Baker and Nolan. I'm a little familiar with Hattendorf and Clark, very familiar with Barker and Nolan. This is a first round Masters matchup, race to 4, Scotch doubles. And so hopefully we can figure this out as we go. I've got a little bit of background music going on. I do have my, what do you call it, noise gate on simply because they're jamming some Pink Floyd in the background and I don't want to get nailed. So guys, we're going to play some music in the background. If you don't hear me talking, it should pop up nicely. All right, so it looks like they've just gotten started. So in VNEA, they do have a patch rule where you patch the pocket for your 8-ball. You do have to call your shots. Doesn't matter how they get there. Call your ball, call your pocket. And then, of course, patching the 8-ball. But if they both teams agreed not to patch the pocket, then they don't have to. They just have to acknowledge that and probably sign the little paper that they get when they start. But they are scoring on CompuSport.com. That is the scoreboard you see to the right of your view. That is, you can find that on CompuSport.us or CompuSport.ca to follow along with all the brackets for this event. And if you click on a match that you would like to follow along with, you can click on that match and it'll say options. When you click on options, it will pop up this little score sheet you see in your view there. And you can follow along with your favorite players just to kind of know what's going on. Pretty cool idea. Love that about CompuSport. All right, so looks as though Hattendorf and Clark are at the table. He overcut that orange 5-ball. Hopefully my noise gate is not too super annoying. I apologize if it is, but I'm really close to the jukebox, so I am trying to find ways to not get copyright nailed in the process of streaming this event for you guys. Hey, tell Brian, that's Brian Barker. He missed that ball in the side pocket. Could be a lot of back and forth. A lot of people, when they first get started in early rounds, have a little bit of nerves trying to settle into the event. But I do think we'll start to see some good action in this tournament as the time goes on. Hey everybody, if you wouldn't mind, take just a second to share this stream. If you're friends with Brian Barker or Hattendorf and Clark, totally appreciate the share to their social media accounts. It's really simple to do. There's a little button when you pull out a full screen. There's a little button that says share. You can share it that way. It'll give you options. Great. Sorry, guys. I'm still trying to get set up here. So had a few questions for my partner in crime, my husband. We're trying to still kind of get things rolling and make sure that we have everything that we're, trying to set up here. Trying to figure out where to put our projector. We have a really cool projector. We want to project it onto a wall somewhere so that we can make sure people know that we're streaming the event. Oh, nice try kicking at that 7 ball there. Kayla's going to come to the table. She's going to come to the table with ball in hand. It's like she's smart enough. She understands that she's got to get rid of that ball. That 9-11 is super funky. Got to split those up and give her and her partner an opportunity to get out on this first rack. Make sure you guys hit the like button for me. I'd appreciate that. We're kind of scoping out the room right now as we we watch this match. Okay, so it looks like Kayla got rid of that 9 ball. Brian has an opportunity here. He's probably just going to need to drag this ball around 2 rails and back out. The only problem with this is he's left Kayla a fairly difficult shot. Now, if she can slide past the 8, she should be sitting okay. If she can slide past the 8, I only have some head-on views for this event simply because we're going to go into a team event later, and we're going to need 2 tables, and they have them set pretty far apart. So I set up 2 cameras, one on each of those 2 tables for a better look going forward. Typically, I have side views, and you guys know I have tons of views usually. So we'll see how this weekend goes. I do have 1 more camera if I need to. I will set it up because I get to where I can't stand only having the 1 view. Although I will show you guys here in just a second how cool it is in this space right now. The Michigan VNEA is played at the Soaring Eagle Resort and Casino, and it's done in the entertainment hall, so it's tiered. And as I pull this back, I will I'll show you guys as I pull it back in between racks here so you can check this out. So a smart shot by Brian. He's just trying to keep it safe, but what he's ended up doing now is he wasn't mindful to the fact that playing that safety, he could potentially tie up his 10 ball. So we'll see if he now has left his partner in a tough position, because really, if Hattendorf and Clark just thin the 4, they leave Brian and Kayla in a pretty bad situation. Okay, so if you guys are watching and you could step in the chat, can anyone let me know how much of the background music? I know you guys can hear the background music that I'm playing, which is just copyright music. But I know when my mic is live that you guys can hear me, but I'm just curious if my noise gate is working. All right, so Kayla was able to make that crazy combination. Great shot by Kayla. Ryan's got a bit of a tester here. Can't see if he can make it past the side pocket with the cue ball. If he can, he should be able to go one reel across. Yeah, I was curious. I think if he would have made that, he might have scratched. He almost had to overcut it in order to not scratch. All right, so that worked out nicely. She got away with a safe there. So Kayla's probably going to be kicking unless she can see the very edge of that striped ball, which I do believe is a 10. Maybe the 12, but I think it's a 10. So if you guys are interested in following along with the brackets, you can go to compusport.ca or compusport.us. That will give you the opportunity to check out who's all in this event. We do have a Masters event going on, Scotch doubles, and a Open Scotch doubles as well. This event used to be played on Saturday night at this event many, many years ago, and there was such a big turnout for that they started an actual event for the state championship, which is super cool because it used to be played late into the evening Saturday. Sometimes people would still be in team events and not eligible to play. And so by doing it this way, lots of people get an opportunity to play, and it doesn't affect their team play or any other matches they might be involved in. Pulling the 7 in the bottom right-hand corner. It's tough. I think she'll probably just opt to roll it in. I wouldn't send the cue ball too if I were her, because yeah, this is a Valley 7-foot table because of the 10 ball there. Like she's left him a decent shot into the left side pocket. Looks like they're just calling, they're not patching, which is great. I think that's, when it comes to the VNEA system, I love the fact that they have to patch the pocket. So, but at the same time, I love it more when the players are just like, let's just call it. All right, game 1 in the books for Hattendorf and Clark. Not sure what the conversation piece is. I do have another table, but table 6 is also being streamed, but they are not currently in there. Let me see if I have my audio set up for my booth cam. What's up, folks? How you doing? Thanks for tuning in. All right, so pretty soon I'm gonna have some t-shirts. I'm gonna have my own little Shopify like page or whatever, and we'll be able to sell those, so stay tuned for that. I am also have some really cool stuff here that I brought with me. Billiard buddies, which if you guys know anything about me, you know I love me some billiard buddies. Everyone needs one in their life. The billiard buddy is the coolest cue rest on the planet. Here, we'll throw a little billiard buddy promo while we're waiting for these guys to rack. Check it out. Alright, so we're back in action. There you go, folks, the coolest cue rest on the planet. I also have some cue rests that are personalized through the LFR. Those cue rests are fun too. They're hard. So they're awesome, but they are there, and they're made by Super Shot Billiard Supplies. They have been amazing, and I'm super thankful to David Dudek and his team for constantly supporting LFR and the crazy things that I get involved in. So thanks to Dave. I also have some magnetic chalk holders here as well as some koozies. So if you're not here yet, please make sure to stop by and see me. I do have those things for sale. I'm doing this kind of on my own dime just to support the VNEA and the Michigan State event. So any sales at all would be appreciated, as well as donations. I am not being paid by the organization for this event. I literally am a Hall of Famer for this organization, and since it's in my home state, I thought, why not help out? So here we are. All right, so Dave and Kayla, looks like nobody has scored this match as of yet on their... Oh, they did. Okay, I just needed to refresh. Yeah, I gotta remember to do that. So, it looks like Hattendorf and Clark have 1-0 over Barker and Nolan. It is a race to 4. They have marked the little square in the top of the screen. If you can see it in the scorecard there, this says don't use patch. That means that they agreed to not use the patch, so there's a little button in CompuSport that they have to mark that they agreed on that. So if a referee were to come up and somebody called an 8-ball, they would have to, if they didn't have the patch on, the referee would call it a foul unless he looked at their score sheet and saw that they had marked it. So it would be a loss of game if you don't mark that and you shoot the 8-ball and referee doesn't see it. Or you do that, or not going to use the patch. It's kind of a cool little option. I think that don't use the patch may be fairly new. I don't remember that, but it's been a couple years since I've played in their events. Guys, I'm trying my best here. I'm definitely trying not to pick up the background music, so I've got my mic a little bit lower on the gain, so maybe I won't snatch up that background music in between. Not trying to sound too choppy. I apologize if it does. Alright, so Kayla didn't quite make that combination. Looks like fortunately for Barker and Nolan here, that 6-ball is in a bad spot. And I think these, you know, Hattendorf and Clark, they clearly know that that 6-ball's in a bad spot, and they don't have anything to break it out with. The 4, 3, 7 are just bad. Like they're in a bit of a predicament here. This rack definitely favors Barker and Nolan. All right, so it's like he made the 2-ball. Now here, depending on the type of stroke that this young lady has, she may be able to knock that 6 out from here, but I don't know what kind of stroke she has. I'm not familiar with her game in that way to be able to say that. So it looks as though she opted not to do that, but know if he can pocket the 3-7, in which case he may be able to use a little bit of a high ball, maybe even a high right-hand English, and come across and pop that 6 out of there. But he's going to have to catch the window between the 10-9, and that's difficult. So there's not a lot of safety option here with the 13-ball dead in the pocket. So I'm not sure what his options are. I don't think he knows what his options are just yet. They are not on a shot clock here, but there is a 60-second shot rule in VNEA. There's some discrepancies or some disagreements about it, where they start to slow play too much. A lot of times they will they'll go ahead and call a referee over, and the referee will give them a warning first. And then after the warning, they will be, a referee would be assigned to sit and time them. But 60 seconds is a long time. I don't think people realize that. On the WPBA, we play 40-second shot clocks. So, and in other organizations, we play 30-second shot clocks. So 60 seconds is a long time. Just feels like an eternity on it, right? All right. An effort. He undercut the ball terribly, but it's just, I think he just didn't know where it was going to lead. It's such a tough situation because 3, 7, and 4, and the 6. And this rack just really doesn't sit well for Hattendorf and Clark. All right. So it looks like Brian's going to play the combination on 13. Beautiful shot. He ends up getting really fortunate there when the second ball in the 3-ball combination came up and knocked that 6 out of there. Then in turn pocketed one of their balls in the top right corner. So Kayla's got a couple opportunities here. I mean, this is definitely a preference, but if she's comfortable, I would think to shoot the 9, right? Get rid of the 9. Of these last 2 poles would lead themselves to the 8 nice, but there's so many different ways you could do that here on this bar table. But what you can't do is miss that ball. Kayla, this girl, Kayla plays okay. She's probably just a little nervous. I could tell from how fast she walked away from the table that she may be just a slight bit nervous. It's difficult. You're in the Masters, so that can be daunting if you're not typically a master player. So I get that. I've been there a few times in my pool career as well, to be in a division that's super difficult and know that you gotta, play a little bit above your head. Been there a few times over the years. Oh, he made a good hit, but he almost made that 8-ball. All right, so I do think the 15 still goes in this bottom right-hand corner, so it looks as though Brian may have to just play a bit of a testing shot to get started on the 9. He may not, just because he may be also a little nervous. He may opt just to play the 11. But because this is on a 7-foot table, he should be okay. And he overhit it just a tiny bit. Now Kayla is in a little bit more of a predicament simply because if she does cut the 15 in, which she is capable of doing, if she can reach it, Kayla is not a very tall young lady. All right, so she's going to try to bend that 9 back to the side pocket. But I would say that that is a very difficult shot from this angle. But she may be able to pinch it and hold it there. She's going to have to hit it with some pace, though. Just like that. Great shot by Kayla. That a girl. Good recovery. I know I've seen her pacing a little bit out on the outskirts of the table because I think she was upset with herself for missing the 15 earlier. But I do think they're going to call the ref. Okay, so in VNEA, this is how this works. We're about to see some of this. So in VNEA, we're going to pull back just a second. Here's the room, folks, while they're looking for a referee. So they're putting the flag up in the air. All right, they're gonna bring a referee in. Dean Raisler is gonna go ahead and make this call here. Gonna zoom in so you guys can see that. Dean's rocking his Game On Gear t-shirt. Big Family Custom Creations and Game On Gear. Nice shot. Very good shot by Brian. Dean's just filling in. We have a referee, just so everyone knows. His name is Eddie, and he's a very good referee, but he was on the other side of the stage, and so when they waved, they weren't sure. Dean just asked me if he got his 15 seconds of fame. I said, you did. He was all excited. He just wanted to be on the stream for a second. That's what he was up to. All right, so this 8-ball, top right corner. Now, if Kayla's not comfortable, she could play this ball rail first, but I think she'll just go ahead and cut it in. All right, great shot by Kayla. Got the match tied up 1-1. I want to say thanks to a few of my sponsors, Borderline Billiards, which is in Bristol, Tennessee, and I know I'm in Michigan, but I just want to say thank you to Janet Atwell and her entire crew there for supporting LFR Live. So I don't know what's going on here. Camera got all fuzzy. Hopefully we can get that fixed. We'll stop doing that. This camera is sitting pretty good. It's kind of hidden behind some big giant speakers that hang from the ceiling. So don't you guys think it's cool here? I think this place is super cool. Like, I do love me some soaring eagles. So let's just do a quick spin around. So this is one half of the room. There is a whole nother half. This is one side, and it's 4 tiers. This bottom tier, which is where we are, and then 3 more going up. Pearson has a booth up there in the top. You can see his whiteboard in the top left of your screen. All right, we're gonna go back at it, folks. Back in action. Sorry, I just smacked my microphone. Hopefully it's okay. Alright guys, I had to take just a second to share the stream. I'm gonna refresh this scoreboard real quick for you guys. The score is currently 1-1. This is a race to 4. Master Scotch doubles. This is a first round matchup. So maybe a little bit of nerves happening because it is the first round. Plus I'm not sure. I know that a couple of them are used to being in the Masters division here, but a couple of them are not. So I do think there's probably a few little things that are uncharacteristic for them, but they'll settle in. All right, so I'm trying to deal with some background music issues, and I'm doing some twiddling. So don't mind me while I jump in and out. I did put some background music in just to try to offset, because I do have to use noise gates at these amateur events that I do, simply because I'm in the middle of the room. So if you guys have never been to Soaring Eagle for an amateur event, it is way cool, but it's really cool for a WPBA event. But it's the music is quieter, it's not as loud, and so I don't have to use the noise gates for the WPBA event. So Politico, thanks for stomping in, but I'm super glad that you came in. It makes me feel normal when my people from the WPBA stuff stop in the chat. I'm getting so used to doing these other events. So, and yes, of course, I'm twiddling. You know I'm gonna. But I've been messing with some screens and some cameras, and I'm enjoying myself here. This tournament right here is the reason that I started playing pool competitively. And so it's very near and dear to my heart. And I had some opportunities to go to the expo and do some stuff there, and I was never going to do that if this event needed me. So here I am. Yeah, I can definitely tell though that a couple of these players are not familiar with, and probably a little bit nervous being in the Masters division. You just can kind of tell a little, and that's okay. That's just part of the seasoning process, right? Like my husband and I were discussing this on the way down here, that when I first started playing pool, it's amazing to me the way the world has changed, because when I first started playing pool, I wanted nothing more than to be a master. Like, I came to the open division my very first year at these events, and I was like, I'm gonna win because I want to be a master. So I did. And then after that, I wanted to be the best master, right? And now we have different divisions, but VNEA is one of those organizations that I truly can get behind as a player who supports growth in the game. In the VNEA, you start as an open player. If you win, you move up to either an intermediate, depending on where you're at, or a master. In Michigan, we have 2 divisions, open and masters, and you play an even race in those divisions. So, like, if you're in the open, you're going to play a race to 3 or whatever. And if you're in the masters, you're going to play a race to 4, and there's no handicapping in between those divisions. So, like, if you're in the open, you're just playing the race to 3. If you're in the masters, you're just playing the race to 4, 5, 6, whatever it is. You're never handicapped inside of the actual division. So I'm a firm believer in that this system will make you a better player if you stay with it. And so that's why I strongly support the VNEA. So if you're interested in, anything to do with the VNEA, please reach out to your local coin-operated vendor. They will be able to let you know where the VNEA leagues are and how to get a hold of someone to get involved in them. And when I say this, I say this in the best possible way. I'm not a huge fan of handicapped leagues, but I understand their purpose. But what I love about the VNEA is that when you get to state or you get to nationals, you just play in your division. There's no handicapping inside of that division. And so it just promotes growth. And I love that about the VNEA. So, and if you're a state master and you go to nationals, you don't have to play in the masters. If you've never been to nationals, you play in the open, right? And then you play in the open. If you win, you move up to the intermediate. If you win again, you move up to the masters. Like there's a process where you can see your growth. And so I really enjoy that about VNEA. And I'm probably talking too much, so I apologize. All right, so it looks like she's in a bit of a spot. She's doubled up on these balls and queuing awkwardly. I'm about to go to my other camera view and turn the camera towards this. All right, guys, bear with me. I'm just gonna do it. Since I don't have a side view, let me remove my logo. That'll give us a little bit of a side view. I'll get rid of my scoreboarder. There we go. There we go. Now we got a side view too. It's driving me nuts only having one camera view, but I think a lot of that, like I said, when it gets to the team event, they're gonna double it up, right? And you're gonna have 2 tables going. And they were really close together when I first started, when I first came down last night to set up all my equipment. And I was like, okay, great. Like I'll just, I can easily put 2 tables in one view. That'll be great. And then I'll have a side view. Well, the side view, like when I realized that they were gonna, they intended to move the tables this morning for me to have a better setup. Well, by doing that, when they moved them, they put the tables much further apart. And so I ended up putting 2 cameras up, one on the end of each table. And so I can do a really cool look when it gets to team events, but now I don't have a side view. So I just gave us one. So there we go. We got a side view too. Ta-da! I'm kind of like annoyed by the focus though, so you guys bear with me. I'm gonna do some twiddling. Oh, there she is. Okay, that's better. You guys know me and my cameras. I'm always messing around. They're the exact same cameras that I use to stream for the WPBA, but they're mine. The WPBA has their own cameras. And so it's so fun because I'm so used to the setup, even though it's really just a copy or a mirror image of the WPBA stuff. But I'm really surprised that nobody asked a ref to come to watch him shoot that ball. Does anybody else feel that way? What's up, Sarah Church? That's my girl right there. My sparring partner in the chat room. Probably at work, probably slacking. Supposed to be doing her jobby job. She's going to be up here. She's actually in my promotion video for the VNEA event because she is the reigning women's Masters 8-ball champion. So she's trying to come in here and double up on that event. Okay, so Kelly does make a good hit. I'm not sure. I almost kind of feel as though she can see the edge of the 7 and she may be able to combo into the 2. I'm really annoyed by my camera right now. Oh. I can get it. Not be so fuzzy. Sometimes knocking down the exposure a little bit makes the camera work a little bit better when it's in the focus. And I know I'm just talking tech jarble, but So see here how she's got the edge of the 7? I almost kind of wonder if she can't do a combination here. If she can do it now, it would be prime, right? Because then she pushes the 7 to the left long rail. I don't think she'd trust it. She'd probably put her partner in a better position to play the combination, which I think was very smart, very intelligent play there. Probably smarter than what I was gonna do, right? Hey, don't forget, guys, to share the stream. Make sure you subscribe to LFR Live. Boy, this view makes it look a lot different, doesn't it? He called the bank to the top right corner pocket. Oh, no? Oh, he plays the combo, but I think he might have left his partner in a jam. Yeah, she's real close to that 12 ball. Right. I'm gonna refresh the score just to see, make sure I'm right. Yep, still 1-1. Got a little ways to go here, folks. Looks like she's kicking at this 7 because she is definitely jammed up on that 12 ball. She may need to go 2 reels to get a good hit. She tries to reverse it. That's not a terrible, I mean, that was pretty smart for her to know to do that. But unfortunately, she reversed it a little too much. And Kayla's coming to the table with ball in hand. I'm super hungry. Can somebody DoorDash me some food to my place on the stage? I'm just kidding. Kidding. Playing around. I think my husband might be out in the casino. And I'm gonna let you guys listen to this music. I got somebody popping in the booth to chat with me, so please enjoy the match. So we got some other matches going on around the room. I'm gonna close up this score sheet for just a second and see what's going on. Great. So it looks like, scroll up. Okay, so Paul and Bentley Winkler and Andy Ben currently. Ben and Hall and Bentley must have just completed that match. They won 4-1, Ben and Winkler. Go down here. Elliott, so that is Jacob Elliott and Joe Gary. They're playing the gruesome twosome, which is Gwen Sloan and Ryan Hogan's, which some of you guys are familiar. They gruesome twosome, which is Ryan Hogan's and Gwen Sloan, are currently up 3-1 on the hill over Jacob Elliott and Harley Joe Gary. Sharon Yoder and Jason Weldon are playing Tyler and Tyler. Not super familiar with these guys, so we're going to check out their score at the moment. Yoder and Weldon are the returning champions from last year. They're up 2-0. So that's good stuff. And then you got Chrissy Hominga and Cody Myers playing. Who are they playing? Dizzik and Johnson. Hominga and Myers are currently up 3-0. They're a very good team, so they're going to be tough to contend with. And Bristow and Hamlin are playing Bentley and Bentley. See what their score is. Their score, Bristow and Hamlin are up 2-1 over Bentley and Bentley. So that's the other matches that are going on around the room. Jody Densky and Pat Feitel are waiting on the winner of Hall and Bentley, Ben and Winkler. So that's going to be Andy Ben and Jody Densky, or Andy Ben and Melissa Winkler are going to be playing Jody Densky and Pat Feitel next. Yeah, so lots of cool stuff going on here. I'm going to try to find the match that we were just watching and find their score sheet again. All right, here we go. So the score is 2-1. Hattendorf and Clark over Barker and Nolan. right, so a quick update for what's going on around the room. It looks like Haminga and Myers won their match. Andy Bennett and Melissa Winkler won their match. Ryan Hogan's and Glenn Sloan, the gruesome twosome, are on the hill in their match, and I believe that I do believe they have an open table to get out. I believe they have stripes. I'm not 1,000% sure. I can't really see from this distance, but I know that last I checked, they were on 3. And then I think that Mary and Mark Tyler are in a heated match with Jason Weldon and Aaron Yoder, the returning Scotch double masters. So, and I do believe that Mary and Aaron are actually mates. So that's a tough draw to start. Have to play your own. Brutal. All right, so Kayla needs that to bump, and I think 12 rocked back and landed back on the cue ball. Maybe Brian will have a shot on the 2. If he gets lucky, he'll have some draw stroke. He may have to come with it if he does. Not sure that he has enough of that to be able to do that. Not sure he's not hooked all the way. May at best have just the ability to spin it. Ball to a rail, an object ball to the rail. It's like that. Not a lot of options. So it's really bad. When she bumped the 12, it just rolled back and landed on the cue ball. It kind of left Brian in a pretty tough spot. I do think the score is correct. I do believe it's 2-1. Like I said, this is the first round of the Masters Division. All the other teams look as though they're about to be completed. This is just running a tiny bit behind. I would have to say that nerves might have a tiny bit to play with that, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but first round matches are always a little jittery. I think there's a couple players here who are not accustomed to being in the Masters. I may be wrong, and that's okay. They can correct me later if I am. But just from my own personal history over the years, I've found that when you have a Scotch doubles partner who maybe isn't a master, and you bring them up, there's a lot of nerves involved with that. So keep watching the match, folks. I'm going to mute myself just to kind of avoid. We got some TLC action in the background, and I don't want it to come on the stream. All right. All right, guys. So my husband just popped back in. I had sent him out to the car because I have a projector, which I think is super cool, by the way. So I had him go out and grab our projector because I want to try to project our stream onto the wall here, so that the people that are watching can see that that we have a stream up, right? I mean, granted, don't get me wrong, my big old banner and my cameras are a pretty good sign that we got a stream going on. But the fact that we can project it onto the wall is a really good look for us. And so we want to make sure to do that. Definitely waiting for this matchup to get finished. Hoping that it looks like we're going to have a decent match. Well, we're already behind, so this whole tournament's already behind. All right, guys, somebody's popping in the booth. I'll be right back in just a second. Oh, I see Taryn. What's happening, Taryn? How you doing, bud? So yeah, the tables are. I'm not playing on these tables. They use the Cougar balls for the VNEA event. So if you're not familiar with that, the Cougar cue ball. The tables are fast, but the Cougar cue ball it plays a tiny bit different. Not, I don't mean it in a bad way because I actually like it, but it does make the table play or make you feel like the table's playing a little differently than it is. So tables are playing quick enough, that's for sure. There's a little wear because I think that John brought these in from another event, maybe even an Iowa event or a Wisconsin event. I'm not 1,000% sure. And so I think these tables do have some tournament play on them, so it's not like they're brand new cloth, but clean cloth, clean balls. You know how it goes, dude. It's brutal. Just pool. So I'd love for one of these two teams to catch a little gear here. When you're just down to one or two balls, it really isn't rocket science, right? And so I'd love to see them get some stuff done here. So enjoy the show, guys. So we're trying our best to bring you the best possible content. We do have a decent action match or a decent match coming up next round. If this match is not quite finished, I may pop over to table 6, which is my side view camera right now, because we should be having Gwen Sloan and Ryan Hogan's playing the winner of the Tylers or Yoder and Weldon, which is our previous champions from this event. So it's going to be a good matchup, I believe, no matter who wins that first round matchup to make it up against Hogan's and Gwen Sloan. So some good doubles action coming at you guys. We're just going to get through this first starting round. All right, folks, there you have it. Sorry about that. I had to step away. Talking some stuff about some t-shirts and whatever for this event because there are t-shirts here. Oh, hi, Bucket Dad. Thanks. Yeah, the Billiard Buddies, best ever. All right, so we've got a really good match coming up next, but we're waiting. We're waiting on them to finish. I do believe they are finishing. I think. Let's check out the bracket really quick. I just kind of want to refresh, see what we come up with here. I thought they were finished. Oh, it's 2-2. So we've gone Mary Tyler and Mark Tyler versus Sharon Yoder and Jason Weldon, the returning champs. Looks like the score is currently 2-2. But I'm waiting because table 6, the next assigned match for this table, or for the table I'm going to be streaming, which is actually my side view. Let's spin that over. It's going to be, let me spin this around. We'll let you guys watch them warming up. Our next matchup is going to be Ryan Hogan's and Gwen Sloan versus the winner of the Tyler Weldon matchup. So I'll let you guys watch them warming up. I'm going to do a quick promo for VNEA. Thank you guys for tuning in. I did see a question in the chat. I want to say thank you to Bucket Dad for buying one of the Billiard Buddies. I really appreciate your support in doing that. They are awesome. I love the Billiard Buddy. I actually have some here for sale. And I've seen a question is asking how many people were in this event. So let me see. We'll check it out. So Scotch Doubles Masters, it looks as though there are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. Looks like there was only 15 teams in the Masters Scotch, which is down, but you know, it's a tough division. So, and then there's also an open. Oh, let's check that out. Let's see. Okay, so the open Scotch doubles are 35 teams, 70 people, obviously. And so there's 35 teams in that, and in the Scotch Doubles Masters, there's 15 teams. This is only available for people who play VNEA in the state of Michigan. So, yeah, Bucket Dad, if you're sending anybody that way, please make sure to tell them that LFR sent them, right? Even though I know you sent them, but you're a direct reflection of me sending them. So we want to make sure that they know where they're learning about these from. So thank you so much. Because this company has been super supportive of my stream and of what I do, and I love their product, right? Everybody needs a buddy. All right, so this is what we got going on. We're doing Scotch doubles today. Let's look. Let me go back to my other camera and I'll show you guys what's going on here at this event. So, all right. So these are the schedule of events here. So today, which is Wednesday, we got our Jack and Jill. They started at noon today. The Masters race to 4 and 3. The Open Division races to 3 and 2. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. we're going to start the Open Division and the ladies 9-ball singles. At 9 a.m. the Masters men will start. Yeah, because the ladies in the 9-ball are all one division. So it's all ladies, and it's a race to 4 on the A side, a race to 3 on the B side. At 9 a.m. the men's Masters will start, and then at 3 p.m. the Jack and Jill will continue if they don't complete the Open Division today. Thursday evening, the 8-ball singles will start for the Open men and the men's 699 and below, which is your league handicap. So if you're a 699 and below, which makes you a 7, you can play in a separate singles division, which is kind of cool. And then our Open seniors will start as well tomorrow evening. So lots of cool stuff going on here at the Michigan VNEA Michigan State Championships. Which is one of my most favorite events, simply because this tournament here is what inspired me to continue to grow and become a better player. So lots of things going on. make sure, thank you, Bucket Dad, make sure that you guys are following along at CompuSports. If you're not familiar with the players, just stay on the stream and you'll get to know them, because I know so many of these people. So great match coming up next. As soon as this match that they're waiting on finishes, it looks like Tyler and Tyler are on the hill against Sharon Yoder and Jason Weldon, the returning champs. And so soon we will have a great matchup between the Gruesome Twosome, which is Gwen Sloan and Ryan Hogan's, versus the winner of the Tylers versus Jason Weldon and Sharon Yoder. So you guys stay tuned. I'm going to play a little background music, but I am going to throw a little promo out there. Thank you for tuning in. This is Lonnie Fox Raymond, and you're watching LFR Live. All right, guys, I'm just kind of popping in to let y'all know that basically what we're waiting on is the match you see in the current scorecard right there. Mary and Mark Tyler versus Sharon Yoder and Jason Weldon, who are the returning champions for this event. So we're just waiting. The score is currently 3-3. It's a race to 4. This is a Masters Division matchup, and the gruesome twosome, Glenn Sloan and Ryan Hogan's, are patiently practicing and hitting balls and waiting for their opponents. So as soon as that match is over, this good matchup is going to start. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching LFR Live. All right, here we go. I do believe this is the start of this matchup. We got the gruesome twosome, which is Gwen Sloan, who you see breaking the balls right here, and her partner, Ryan Hogans, who's a Cyberts 60/60 / whatever sponsored player for the most part. And they are going to be playing against Jason Weldon, and this is Sharon Yoder, the reigning champions from 2024. They're a solid team. So they did go through a hill battle against friends and teammates, the Tylers, Mark and Mary. So Mark and Mary had the lead early. I do believe it was 3-1 at one point, and got the match back. And the Yoders, well, Sharon and Jason, they fought real hard and got it back. So this is probably going to be a real good matchup. I know these two are obviously they're partners in life, but they're also excellent Scotch doubles partners. And like I said, they're reigning champions, and I would say that probably won it quite a few times. I think the last time that I played in this event, my partner Brandon Ashcraft and I played them in the finals. So yeah, good team, good couple, great people, and very solid players. They want that 7-ball to go, and I think he got fortunate and got it to go there. Leaked out just enough past that 8 that the 7 will still go. Not sure if Sharon can shoot that 2-ball, if it's not jammed up on the 11, or if she has just enough of the pocket to make it. Doesn't look great. She can shoot the 7, but she's gonna have to leave Jason a shot. Yeah, she's gonna have to leave Jason a shot. I'm guessing on the orange 5-ball, if they have any shot at all of getting there. All right, so we're gonna see our first look at Ryan Hogans after his partner's break. Right there is Ryan Hogans. Let me pull his camera back a little so you guys can kind of see a little more of what's going on in the room. Hopefully that view's not too bad for you. Hi, Adam. Yes, my partner was Brandon Ashcraft the last time that I was allowed to play in this event, and we were the champions in the doubles. We've been friends a very long time, and yeah, so good dude, plays great. Matter of fact, he's getting ready to go to Vegas. He won to go play in the APA Nationals, obviously at the highest skill level in 8-ball and 9-ball. So I'm hoping to be able to get a few of his matches in the early parts of that event. I'm not sure which one's first, the 8-ball or the 9-ball, but his wife will be sending me the live stream, and I'll be producing it onto LFR Live while he is out in Vegas. So lots of cool stuff going on for Brandon on that. Yeah, he's okay, right? Adam, I know, right? He's just okay. All right, so we've got all kinds of cool stuff going on here. It looks like Gwen's gonna have to stretch herself. She is not a very tall young lady. She wants that cue ball to slow down or bump something, and it did neither. It didn't bump enough. I'm pretty sure that Ryan is going to, he's going to jump this ball. There's no question. He is a very good jumper, and that is legal in VNEA, so he can go airborne. All right, guys, had to throw some background music back in there. I'm not trying to get copyright nailed, so had to throw some background in there just to kind of offset some of my crazy. Hope the sound is not too bad for anybody at home, but it is difficult in a room where it is very loud, the music here. And so I just got to try to confuse the bots so I don't get copyright nailed. So I have some noise gates on my mics, and I am playing some background music just to try to offset some of the madness. It should dub out when my voice comes on though, so it shouldn't be too confusing with their background music and obviously mine. All right, so he's going to the air and he drains it. Don't know if the 14 sneaks past the 4. Unfortunately, when they play on table 6, my camera is tucked behind my left-hand camera that would normally get the side view of this table is tucked behind a very, very big speaker system. So going into the rest of the event, I might actually try to move that somehow. Not exactly sure how I'm going to get it to move, but and still get the views that I'm looking for, but I can show you real quick if you guys want to see craziness. Like Gwen was able to make her ball, but she did not leave Ryan a whole lot of anything, so he's either going to have to play a bank shot here. I know that he can cut the 15. He may be able to, but he would be cutting it so very thin. All right, so he's going to play the bank shot on the 15. Elevating his cue, you can see that. Ryan is a very, very solid young man. All right, great shot by Ryan. I don't know if Gwen, I hope that Gwen doesn't opt to cut this ball if it does go past the 7-8, because then the cue ball is going to track in the wrong direction for the 15. I don't know that there are any timeouts or any communication with your partner. So I hope she just opts to pocket the 13, if at best stop the cue ball. If need be, she can draw it back if she can comfortably do that and not miss the 13. The only problem with yeah, she's definitely got to shoot the 13. All right, great shot by Gwen. I would just guarantee the make on the ball. I wouldn't try to get too fancy with the cue ball. I wouldn't want to miss the 13 ball. It's just like that. She accepted it, gave Ryan a clear shot at the ball. You know, his job is to make it, and that's exactly what I'm sure he intends to do. He's going to put a little work in. It looks like the window is pretty small. Right. He's probably going to put a little spin on this and try to keep it away from this pack of balls. Ooh, 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 ooh. And he has done it. What a great shot by Ryan Hogan. Gonna get them on the board first after that wonky break by his partner, Gwen. I jokingly say it looks like she hit it with her purse, but that's okay. They have worked it out. So, to be taking rack 1 right here in this race to 4. Okay, so they haven't really worked on updating. Wondering, it looks like Gwen may be doing it just now. Yeah. Well, they're valley bar tables, right? With valley bar tables, in my opinion, are literally the great equalizer, right? Because almost at a high level, almost everyone can play good on a bar table. And I actually love valley bar tables, but they are the table where, in my opinion, well, you know, your middle of the road players can look like rock stars, and that's fantastic because it's great for our sport and it's great for our amateur leagues. So, you know, I'm not dogging them. I like them. They're fun. When you catch a gear on a valley bar table, it's a good time. What's up, Jude? Hey, I did not forget about you, just so you know. I did not forget, Jude. I have your address. I've got something for you. But my mom got hurt. She's the hospital, long story, but I have not had any time, but I do have something for you. So I did not forget about you. I was waiting for you to pop into the chat, actually. All right, so I apologize with the noise gate and all the background music, and I'm having to use the noise gate. I hope it's not too terribly choppy. But I do thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure that you're sharing if you can to your socials. If you guys know any of these players, if you know Sharon Yoder or Jason Weldon or Gwen Sloan or Ryan Hogan's, please take just a second to share this to their Facebooks or social media accounts, and that way their friends and family can watch the match as well. All right, so based on Jason's choice to roll that ball in, I'm going to assume that the 14 ball goes in the right-hand side pocket. Really, if it does, Sharon just needs to be mindful of a couple things. She may need to force follow through this if she can. I'm not exactly sure the angle that she has, if she can bump the 8. I don't know that the 8 goes past the 1 to the corner, so we'll see what she chooses to do here. Sharon is a very intelligent pool player, so she usually makes real good decisions. You know, some people have great pool IQs, you know, and those that have really good pool IQs, you guys know what I speak of when I say this, they usually make solid decisions. So looks like Ryan and Gwen they're going to get away with that one. Ryan knocks that 8 right out the way. Good action, folks. All right, that was a great shot by Gwen. She managed to avoid the scratch in the side pocket, using that left long rail just to kind of bounce off the rail there and not leave Ryan queuing awkwardly over that 10 ball. So this is good action. Oh, I think that's a 12 actually, but still. All right, so he'll probably just come out. He can go all the way to the right side of the table if he wanted to. But because the 3 he goes in either of the lower corner pockets. Now here is where you have to be a little bit of attention on these valley bar tables. If she goes forward, she has to be mindful not to bump that 14 on that top short rail. If she chooses to draw it over, which would be a good option as well. See, that's what I was afraid of, bumping that ball. Bump that ball and your cue ball is going to be in a completely different position than it probably should be. Brian's got a nice stroke. He may be cueing awkwardly, but he should be fine. Pocket the 3 in the left-hand corner. Does have to be mindful not to catch the thin side of this 13 ball that's in the right-hand side of the table there. If he catches that, it could very easily his cue ball into the bottom right-hand pocket. Let's tap. All right. Yep. Back at it. Nice. All right. Oh, he was able to catch the window beautifully. Now here, hopefully Gwen can just roll this forward and leave Ryan kind of like, maybe even use that 12, right? Just play the cue ball forward, come in between the 11, 12. And even bump the 12 out of there, right? Like the 12 will stop the cue ball. Ryan should be able to pocket that 8 from anywhere on that side of the table. All right, so we're going to watch it roll forward. Great shot. Great shot. I don't know what was just happening with my mic, but I'm not sure if in the early part of the rack you guys could hear me. My mic wasn't moving, my meter, and so I apologize if maybe something happened there. I refreshed it, so it should be fine now. All right, like I said, catch the window between the 11 and 12, and Ryan will be making this 8-ball. Oh, he used all the pocket. Score is currently 2-0. Gruesome twosome. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I am so sorry. I didn't want to step away, but my husband had to run to the Walmart because I have some projects going, right? So I felt like I felt so bad because this is such a good match, and I didn't want to, not do the due diligence to this match. But basically, I just refreshed the score. The score is currently 2-0 in favor of the gruesome twosome. Which a gruesome twosome is Gwen Sloan and this gentleman right here in your view, Ryan Hogan's. Oh, hi, Mom. You figured out how to get on the YouTube. Thank you. So, Taryn, I appreciate the compliment. Thank you. I do try to explain the strategy and the patterns, and my goal is to make it so that it's comfortable to watch, right? Like when someone's talking and you're not a great player and they're using all this terminology that only great players really understand, it's super difficult to, to get passionate about a game that we all love. He is going to hit this safety so good, y'all. He is going, if he got him on that safety, that is sick. How do you like that if he did? I don't know, though. Maybe Jason's got just enough of it to swerve. So basically what I mean by swerve is he's going to use a little bit of left-hand spin. Yeah, he got there. What I meant by swerve is if the edge of the 2 is just in the way of the cue ball, but it's just barely in the way, if you put a little bit of English on the cue ball in the direction of the ball that's in your way, it will push the cue ball away from that ball just a tiny bit. So it'll be just enough that it kind of swerves around the ball that's in your way. It looks as though Jason was able to do that. That was almost a fantastic safety by Ryan Hogan's. All right, Jason Weldon and Sharon Yoder are on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, the score is 2-1 in favor of the gruesome twosome, but Yoder and Weldon are pushing back. All right, I apologize, like I said. I had someone come up to the booth and well, they wanted to purchase some of my billiard buddies and a couple koozies, so I appreciate them. Thank you to Andrea Fitzgerald and her husband, Jim. They are super good supporters of not just me, but of pool, and I was glad to see them. I haven't been to this event in a few years, so it was nice, and I appreciate their support. All right, guys. Oh my God, Jude. Yeah, you bought my groceries at the last tournament. Thank you so much, Jude. All right, so just so you guys seen, for those of you guys who are just tuning in or you're not used to the chat, so what that is right there, Jude just sent me a $50 super chat. So when you're watching the stream, if you're inside the chat room, next to where you would tap to type, there's a smiley face. Well, next to that is a little money symbol, and that money symbol is a way to send super chats. Any and all donations are appreciated. I thank you so much for those of you who have already donated. But there's also other ways. I have a PayPal and a Venmo. I can put that information up shortly. But at the moment, I'm trying to just keep up with the match. So if you guys want that information, I can always pin it in the chat. Do you think I can pin? Oh, I shouldn't be singing that because we're going to get in trouble with that music. All right, guys, I got to mute my mic for just a second and take care of this. Enjoy the match, and I literally will not be gone but a second. All right, guys, so the music is so loud right now, and it's playing that whole I Will Survive song, so I'm trying to be careful not to get myself copyright nailed. So far, I think we're doing okay. Haven't seen too much of it, but I'm trying to be mindful of that. Just because it's like, as soon as they get me, boy, they get you. They don't mess around with it. Oh, nice shot. Unfortunately for Jason, I do believe he's left Sharon completely blocked up on her striped ball. She can't see anything up table. She can't make the 12, although she may be able to slowly kick at the 12 just slightly. 12's not on the rail and tap it. Some cold. Try to long left-hand rail. Getting lucky into the ball underneath 7. Those are a couple options. Yeah, so those are a couple options for Sharon in the best position. Fortunately, Jason made a good breakout, but just didn't get a great position. Seeing what she did there, she almost got it up on that 7. Fortunately for Sharon and Gwen, Ryan, good look, starting shot at the team. Alright, that's a great starting shot by Gwen. She just focused on making the ball. Didn't try to get too fancy with the cue ball, which is exactly what you have to do. Especially in bar table pool, you just giving yourself chances, right? A good opportunity. Let Ryan look for if you need to play a safe. Here's a good opportunity. though. Ryan could back cut the 5 if he 12 the whole ball, but Gwen may well have to play a con. This is a little bit, you see what he's doing there? Yeah. So see what he was doing there with the 2. He was looking to see the path of the cue ball. If he tried to draw the cue ball to the right long rail and back out for the 4, or if he was going to hit the 11 and he felt like it wasn't worth the risk. So he's going to go ahead and just play the cut on this 5 ball. Maybe catching the 12. Look at that, worked out beautifully. He knocked it in. Well, golly, he makes 2 balls every time he shoots. Alright, so Gwen's got an awkward shot. She may have this 7 ball. She may not need to play the combination, but the combination is there for her. If I were her, I would probably focus on just making the combination. Ball's probably, knowing Gwen, she's probably going to keep the high ball. She may just pocket the combination. Didn't even have to. Alright, so she can't hold that ball though. That's where she made the mistake. She was cutting that ball really thin, and it was a diamond out of the pocket. So that's a lot of pace when you're cutting the ball thin. The cue ball is going to travel a bit too far. Now Ryan can come with a super Ginsu crazy shot, or he can try to play this too with a ton of what I would say Thai left-hand English. And what that means is when he shoots the 2 ball, the high left hand may kill the cue ball enough that he'll leave angle on the 4, which is what he needs because he's going to have to get back down for the 6. I don't know if swinging at the 6 is the best shot unless he truly believes that Gwen can't get him back to that 6 ball. I don't think there are any timeouts in the tournament, so he's going to have to really come with a good shot. I like him shooting the 4 right now. Like, do you see him look at it? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. He can shoot that 4 right now with some center, even some center left-hand spin. May be able to get on the left side of the 6, but spinning it with a ton of inside. I don't know how I feel about this. I hope it works out for him. Yeah. See what I mean? I mean, he was just risking a lot there shooting that 6 ball, and it wasn't that the shot was hard, it was that rolling the cue ball was hard. And sometimes the risk isn't always worth the reward, right? Sometimes you gotta make decisions. I just didn't like that one. Not saying I'm right, just saying I didn't care for it myself. Okay, so Gwen took a little swing at it there. I mean, she figured, you know, we're already in a spot. Unfortunately, though, for Gwen and Ryan, I'm pretty sure Jason and Aaron are going to take full advantage of that mistake. That decision to cut the 6. Not get successful position. It's going to cost a gruesome twosome this rack for sure. There's a race to 4. The score is currently 2-1 in favor of Ryan and Gwen. Jason and Sharon are at the table at the moment. Tie this match back up. Okay, so a little awkward, but it's gonna be fine. Jason makes some decisions. I'm sure the 10 goes past the 8 in the left hand. But if it doesn't, be able to just elevate, shoot that ball in with a little bit of downspin, which backing up on the ball, you're gonna have downspin on it anyway. And he's gonna need hit it clean, get the cue out of the way, and get the cue ball back kind of where his fingers are right now. Well, he forgot to hit it. And I almost don't know if he caught a rail, y'all. That may be a foul. That might be a ball in hand foul. Yeah, sure enough. Oh, that's brutal. Like, you gotta be too mad. I've been there before. Like, that stuff makes you so mad when that happens. And you're like, I hit it, but I forgot to hit it. Yeah, they were close, right? And sometimes we get that old, we need that mulligan. Like, you ever go to shoot the ball and, like, completely whiff it because you're so afraid to hit it that you, like, almost whiff the ball? Yeah. I call those mulligans. Like, I need a mulligan. A pre-stroke stroke. Alright, so there's a couple different ways that Gwen can shoot this ball to get position on the 8. She can play it with a little bit of right hand English. The cue will come out. She overhit it a tiny bit, but Ryan should be fine here. Yeah, he's cueing awkwardly over the 10, but he should be able to roll this ball in. Doesn't need to do anything fancy, just get as comfortable as he can and roll it in. Now, when you're shooting over a ball like this, I can give you a little pointer, especially playing on the bar table. You gotta really shorten up your strokes. Like, you don't need any big back strokes at all. Just little tiny, minuscule strokes like Ryan just showed you there. It eliminates the opportunity for error. All right, so the gruesome twosome got away with another one there. So the score is 3-1. They are sitting on the hill over champion Piotr and All right, a dry break by Gwen Sloan. Sharon comes to the table. She's got some opportunity. Ultimately, stripes, I feel like, are just a better suit because of the 4-2-1 kind of thing. But if the one goes, it's not so bad. The two, worst case scenario, I think the two goes in the right side pocket. But she doesn't have a good starting shot on this stripe. 5. I'd come back around table. Come to 3. That's okay though. She didn't tie it up. Problem here is that making the decision, what you do next. If one goes, maybe you can bump into the 2, but you just don't want to leave your partner with a shot. I like shooting 6 and drawing up table right now to get on the 7. That's just my opinion. I mean, yeah, you could just pinch it and stop shot the 6, like to the best of your ability, and let your partner go from the 3 to the 7. But because you've got so much down here, you have to decide. Break out the 2 for right now. And then just take a shot at it, right? Like, gotta get position something. Gonna have to get a shot after this. But I mean, if that ball doesn't go in the side pocket, he is left share. Absolutely. She doesn't look too concerned about it, so the 2 probably goes. If not, she's gonna be trying to make something happen with the 4. Just can't quite get anything rolling in this set. I think they'll be okay, but that's tough action. Alright, so good shot. I mean, she pulled it in. The 2's not going though, and this is the problem. I don't know. Past the 6. Got some wonky combination. Unless the 3 goes past this. 7's still in a bad spot, and the 2's jammed up. So, I mean, you're just beating yourself out of a hole. The whole thing started with the decision to shoot the 1, not play it with any pace. Like, if you're gonna play that breakout right there, you have to hit that shot with some pace. And the reason I say hit it hard is because of that right there. You slow roll that and nothing sits up in your favor. Bumping those balls means you're underneath the 8. You're not gonna have a shot on this. I mean, this is difficult, especially if it doesn't go. Got the right draw from 7. And maybe stay up his valley bar table, but how I feel. I don't think you can get through the gap in the window. Draw into the 2-9. Trying. Karen's got a good stroke on her though, so if she's got any chance of getting there, she can. You may be able to play this with a high ball and get back down for the 7, but man, oh man, when I tell you, if that 2 doesn't go past that 9 to the side, which it clearly doesn't, they've both opted not to mess with it. I think there's a couple different things she could do, but it's definitely difficult. Alright. Still trying to make... Yes, she could ultimately try to cross bank the sticks and come into it. I mean, they're just in a bad spot. They're trying to dig themselves out of a hole, but they should have stopped many balls ago in my. It's just, we all know this feeling, right? When you're just trying so hard to find the right out, and then you get farther and further in front of line. I mean, it's so common. We all do it, especially in 8-ball. All right, so let's see. Doesn't really have much going on here. Unless Jason comes with some crazy shin dizzle. Yeah, they're in a bit of a spot. May be able to spin the 7. Bank the 7 up by the... Try to stick the cue ball under the 10. Not saying it's great, and I'm not saying there isn't a chance that Gwen and Ryan aren't going to get out on them. But, I mean, I just don't know what you do. You could play the combo bank. Did you call that? I wonder if he called it 7-9-2. Bank the 7 into the 9-2. Just got to get a shot on the 7 afterwards. Depending on which side of the 9 you hit in the process, will decide that. Maybe throwing some sizzle on it. Let's see what he chooses. Alright, so there you go. That's the half safety attempt. It's not a great safety on a bar table, but what are you gonna do? Like, you're in such a deep spot at that point. I like the combo bank, but that's just because I'm crazy, so. Alright, he's gonna play this safety back. And really, I think the roll in on the third super, super good. Hola, ¿qué pasa? Yo quiero Taco Bell. Hey, David. That's so if you look at the shadows of the balls on the table, the shadows, you can there's a gap. How big that gap is, not exactly sure. Like I said, my camera turns in here on the left side. Think about that when I put them up, so make some adjustments tonight. 792. Oh, nice try. I'm out of my chair trying to help her out with that one. Donald's. All right. All right, this is tough action. Not a lot of good coming out of this, and I hate to say this, but unless Jason gets a pretty fortunate roll or comes out with some crazy good shot, it is likely that Gwen and Ryan are going to snatch this match, this A-side matchup from the defending champions. We'll what they got going on. Crazy song coming up on the jukebox, guys. I'm going to put it on mute for just a second. Enjoy this. All right, since everybody's in the chat, there's a song in the background. If you can hear it, tell me what it is. Goldie, what you got? In the chat. And it'll only play when I'm speaking because I've got the noise gate on. So if you listen closely to the background of when I'm talking, you might be able to get it. If you can't get it, that means my noise gate is working, and that makes me very happy. Okay, I'll give you guys a hint. 8, 6, 7. All right, nice little fin there. Lucky dad. Ding, ding, ding. You're the winner. Did you guys hear my little noise? I put some new noises on there. I forgot I did that. What do we got? Let's listen to some of my sound effects. That's one. That's two. My applauses. I don't know. Those are my noises I got right now. All right. Yes. Jenny. You are right. Bucket Dad. Ding, ding, ding. That's good though, because that means my noise gates are working, and it's tough when a room's this loud. Hopefully it don't sound too choppy. Right. Ryan may have to opt to leave that 12 ball. Put a whole lot of spin. I don't think he meant to put that much. Yeah, J. David, of course. Hello. For you. So basically, checking out here, that put a whole lot of left hand so ball dipped really hard into the right long rail. And, well, Gwen is sitting a little awkwardly. Gotta come with either a tester, shoot the 13. I don't know that she can make the 9 inside. Ultimately, if she can make the 9 on the side, that would be great, because that gets Ryan on the 12 next, and that's what he got enough of this 9 ball to make it. He's confused right now, so he may opt just to stop shot, play the safety, but if she needs that 9, she needs to shoot it now. Roll it in, pocket speed. Nothing fancy. Just like that. Don't get up on the 2. Alright. Great shot by Gwendejo. Oh. Sorry guys, that is not a dig, by the way. I have known Gwen for like 20 years, so I call her Gwendejo. That's her name. She will not be mad at me that I called her that, I promise. I text her and call her that all the time when I communicate with Gwen. Alright, so that inside spin that Ryan used there was pretty genius if you think about it now. He used that inside spin to bump that 14 and hold that cue ball there for that 9. Very, very smart shot. I actually didn't even recognize it until after the fact, so my bad on that call. I'm pretty sure that was intentional. Right. Roll this in. Don't want to do too fancy. Yep. Doesn't want to do fancy. Doesn't want the cue ball to dip under that ball too much. Ryan should be okay. Ryan could actually, he could shoot the 14, to be fair. He doesn't have to back cut the 10. He can just shoot the 14. Gwen can cut the 10 in. Yeah. Smart shot. I mean, it's not what you wanted to happen, right? You wanted to be a stop shot out, but he can get her there. He's got, Ryan's a good seasoned player, plays a lot. Valleys are a little more giving, which is great. Gonna draw it back out, probably to where the spot would be at that end of the table. Yeah, he didn't dig in quite enough, but he made sure he pocketed the 14. A good enough shot. Now, they could have a conversation. The right shot here would be to draw this out 2 rails and come back out for the 8. But if not, play it with a ton of right-hand English, high ball. What will happen if you play that with right-hand English? Ball gets to that rail, it will reverse back to the right side. Okay, so it'll come down to this right side of the 8, but she's going down table, which is fine too if she can get it all the way down here. Right, Ryan should be fine. 8-ball in the left side or right-hand side pocket, folks, for the match. Score is currently 3-1 in favor of the gruesome twosome. Let's go. Ooh, he overcuts it. I feel like that's probably how Ryan's feeling right at that moment. I shouldn't be allowed to have noise effects. It's rude. Oh boy. Welcome to LFR Live. Alright, now unfortunately, Esther, y'all, hit this good. And she's got to be super mindful of the scratch on the right-hand side, which she did look at. Sharon is a solid player. She's very capable of shooting a shot. Oh, brutal. Brutal. Alright, so Gwen coming to the table with this 8-ball to win the match. I'd like to see Gwen just level that cue out of hers and roll this ball in the pocket. She's not in danger of scratching. Doesn't have to elevate her cue. Just needs to make the ball. I don't think there's much of a scratch issue. Gwen has a tendency to pull that back arm up and have some elevation in her stroke, which means she's going to put a little downspin on the ball. If you're not level and you have a natural jacked up cue, you're always putting a little bit of downspin on the ball. So hopefully she can roll this in. Oh, that's what I mean, right? Like if she could get her cue super level, then that shot becomes a natural roll, right? Like, and then you're not putting downspin on the ball. The only way that ball scratches is if it draws away from the point of contact. So it should never scratch from that part of the table. So it looks like, of course, currently matches and over, ladies and gentlemen. Jason Weldon and Sharon Yoder are still in this, our reigning champions from 2024. So the score is 3-2. Never count them out. They're breaking. Let's go. All right, Jason Weldon to break. Wow. Wow. All right, if she can see that stripe, top left corner pocket, y'all, they're about to tie this match up and go hill. Well, that's tough action. Now, I'm going to tell you something earlier. Mark and Mary that played then on the A side first round, which I think is Sharon's and friends, of course. They had them down, I think, 1 even. It may not have been 2-2, but they came back and won the Hill Thrillers, so they're returning champions for a reason. You can play a little pool. And they're never quitting, you know what I mean? They're never out. That's all right. She's awkward, right? But Jason does have the 9-12 combination. I don't know if he's gonna try to cut that 9 on the side. I probably wouldn't. The combination is available. I do think he can see the 13 or the 11. And I just think that the 9's under the 8 a little bit, so no. I may just go for the combo here. You never know, you could just go for the combo. You can also just go for the 11. I don't want to mess with that 5, right? Shoots the 11 and he bumps the 5. The 5 can get into the game, and that's what you don't want. There's no need to bump unnecessary balls. The only way I know how to describe that. I apologize if it comes off a little weird, but An 8-ball, sometimes bumping the balls is okay. Sometimes it's mindful. I like ball 4 last if you like. But here's another issue. Come back across. Play the 11 yet. Back across. Okay though. I'm not mad at it. Yep. That ball for last. 11. Try to leave the ball as close to that top short rail as possible. That way it's just a natural, super natural shot. I mean, on the 9, naturally back out away from the end rail. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to be perfect. You can just roll it in. I don't know if you necessarily have to be super close to the short rail, but like straight in, okay, because you can use a bit of the pocket to get some angle, but you try to get the ball closer. Like that. See how he was just like, I'll stay under it just a tiny bit. Play the cue ball. 1 rail. Play the 9 ball. Play with a high ball. Center ball. Draw. It looks like we put a little bit low on it, trying to drag it out of there. It doesn't have to do that. It'll do the same thing with center or top, but if I was going to use draw, I would have tried to drag it closer to the side pocket before it hit the rail, and then you'd be a lot closer to 14. But this is a Valley bar table. You can really just play stop shots all the way through, you know, and it's odd if you're going to make, you know, you're going to miss. All right, so our partner kind of left our stock on the rail. Wasn't a lot of mention. He didn't pay a little mention to that. Like, he's like, it's fine. It's straight in. I'll just stop shot to the 8. But doing that, he's counter cueing from the rail, which if she's a little bit nervous, this can be a tough shot. Fine, but it could have been. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Hill Thriller. Let's go. Gonna be Gwen and Ryan's break. Some twosome. Be their break. So scores 3-3 and a race to 4. This is an A-side second round matchup here at the Michigan VNEA Masters Scotch Doubles. Not sure what's going on here. Or if my mic's getting cut out because maybe I don't have enough gain in the mic. I just turned it up a little bit just to make sure my mic is grabbing when I'm talking. I'm just trying to be really careful not to grab the background music. Alright, so Ryan, I think he meant to give Gwen just a tad bit less angle on the 12, so she could have cut the 12 in and potentially busted these balls up on the right-hand side of the screen. But I think that I think he went a little too far, so, or not far enough. Thanks, Doug. All right, guys, so the tournament director just came over and was like, you can thank me anytime. And I was like, what are you talking about? So she just moved another Masters match down to table 5 because I like to watch the Masters play. These are my people. And not only that, but I think the people at home, I think you guys would appreciate some good Masters matches as well, right? So this one's been an excellent match. I didn't get to see what Gwen did, so if anybody could fill me in the chat, I'd appreciate it. She walked up and started to talk to me, and I had to walk away from the, or mute my mic, so I didn't get to see it. So right now, what I'm trying to do is I think that we have a matchup on table 5. This is table 6. Not exactly sure what the match is just yet, but I'm trying to get as many matches going as possible on the stream table. I'm guessing that looks like it is Melissa Winkler and Andy Ben, but I don't know playing out. All right, guys, so just got stopped again. I apologize. Thanks, Sarah. Thank you for letting me know she played the safety. That 3 ball is in a bad spot, y'all. Real bad spot. So, yeah, that's tough. Not exactly sure what she wants to do here. This spot is a little bit difficult because she's got to do something with the 3, but 6, I'm not sure the 6 goes past the 8 in the side. I don't think it goes past the 14 ball. Is she gonna get under it? She hit that. If she hits that, she hit so good. Nice try. It would have been great if she could have played it 2 rails and got like kind of where the 13 ball is. I think the 3 might have played in the side pocket, which would have been a great shot. Oh my God, y'all. So the whole time I was just sitting here talking and my mic was muted. I'm so mad. So mad right now. All right, thanks, Sarah. Make sure you guys are subscribing. That's the #1 thing that you guys can do for me. My name is Lonnie Fox Raymond. You're watching an LFR Live. This is the Michigan VNEA, Valley National 8-Ball Association State Championships, and this is the Masters Scotch Doubles. This particular matchup is Ryan Hogan's and Gwen Sloan, the gruesome twosome on the hill, in a hill thriller against the returning champions from last year, Sharon Yoder and Jason Weldon. All right, so I feel like that was a bit of a freebie shot because that 10 ball is bad, right? So, you know, if Gwen and Ryan want to get out here, they definitely got to put the work in and figure out how to get either under that 10 to shoot it in the side pocket, or, which he actually could, he may be able to break it out right here. He may be able to make this ball and go 1, 2, 3 rails into the 10. Obviously, he's not going to do that because I'm way too creative in the booth, but you're welcome, Robert. Thanks for watching. Thanks for subscribing. This is a good one, too. It's a hill thriller, right? Everybody likes a hill thriller except for the players. The players, they never like it. We're always mad about that. That was a nasty bump. She didn't want to bump that ball. Not the best decision right there. Now, Ryan should still be able to pocket the 9, but here's the thing. Here's what's going to happen. And I can't get the camera to the left right now because I'm trying to set up for the other match. But he's going to skim off the top side of this 12 ball. So, or is that the 10? Ooh, that's dirty. That's dirty. This guy, he must like to win. Playing a safety like that. Smart decision. Very smart decision. Very, very smart decision. I don't blame him a lick for that. Now all of a sudden this match went from favored for Sharon and Jason to now 1,000% swinging back towards Gwen and Ryan, because now Jason and Sharon absolutely have to hit their solid. They don't have a choice. And ultimately it would be best if they could make one. Now, the best, in my personal opinion, the best chance Jason's got at getting safe is to try to hit the 3. He really needs to try to get safe. You know, Gwen shooting next, which I guess favors them. I don't mean that in a bad way, but, you know, if you're gonna play a safety at something, it's best suited if your weaker of the 2 players is shooting, right? So if you gotta play a safety, you're hoping that Gwen's shooting and not Ryan. Now he's gonna double this up, go rail first, hit the right long rail, and bump the 3, slow pace. He is even, if he welds him to that, hence the name Weldon, now the momentum just completely shifted back in their favor. That's a great shot by Jason Weldon. That's a really good shot, actually. I'm very, very impressed by that shot. He played it super well. Not that I don't know, Jason Weldon plays real good pool. Not surprised that he can make that shot. It's a great shot. All right. Now here's where this becomes a problem. If Gwen kicks that 10 out of there, that is their only savior. Or whatever ball that is. That's the only savior they've got. Like, she almost needs to throw this with a lot of right-hand spin and shoot past that and try to hit these 2 balls down here. Yeah. I don't think she called anything. She got about the best possible leave that she could have in that situation, though. Because she totally, like, kicked out the ball that was the only ball that was saving them from Jason and Sharon having an open table. Now, this is something. This is tough. Sharon's got to make this ball, or she's got to come up with a safety. It's like she's going to go ahead and thin this 3 and stick them under the 8 ball, which is smart. She looked, she sees the line and where the cue ball needs to be to not leave them a shot. Very good shot by Sharon. Very smart. It's crazy because a few seconds ago, I would have sworn to you that Ryan and Gwen were winning this match. But now I'm not 1,000% sure. Because these safety plays, that the moves that they've made, Jason played a fantastic safety, welded him up. Literally, that's his last name, makes sense, right? Welded him to the 2, Gwen, and now Gwen had a kick. Gwen, I feel like I would have rather given up ball in hand and not move that 10 than to move the 10, but, you know, she's just trying to make a good hit, which is key, foremost, most important. Ryan called it in this lower left-hand corner. He's jumping, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. All right. That might be all she wrote. Yeah, he's frustrated. But he made a good, solid jump. You know, there were a few shots earlier that really, on my personal opinion, could have been a little bit different. No, I don't know. No, they're gonna be on table 1. Fresh it. Let me. Oh, yeah. So basically, this match here was Hill, and I wanted to give it the respect, so I stayed with this one before we switch over to the other camera. They're Hill right now, these 2 balls, and we will have a winner. And then we'll switch over to the Disick and Johnson match versus Ben and Winkler. Absolutely. Yeah, this match is Hill, so they're 3-3. Looks like Jason's got this 3 ball in the 8. I just don't want to miss out, right? We've spent the whole time sweating this match, so once it got to Hill, I wasn't gonna leave them hanging to switch over to a different view. But as soon as this match is over, we'll get you. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This match has had so many twists and turns. So many. That's why it's been such a good match, though. All right, so Gwen needs to, in my opinion, she can roll this forward or she can draw it back. She's got to leave angle. She cannot stop it. I don't like, yeah, this is bad action. The reason why is the 3 takes the pocket from the 8, right? So Ryan's got to place the cue ball in a different place in order for Gwen to make the 8 ball. There we go. See where he's standing? All right, so he needs to get right there. And I can't tell from this view if he's not too far, so we'll see if he's not too straight. He should be able to play this with it would be a high right hand English. Should dip in towards the side pocket. He's got to miss the side pocket, but that's where he wants to go. Yep. He hits it great, Gwen. Gwen Deho, this 8 ball to win the match. And then we'll flip-flop over to that other match. I can show you guys the score on that match, though. Okay, so they just got started. Disick and Johnson are 1-0 over Ben and Winkler. Obviously, we know this match is Hill. So as soon as they make this 8, right, guys, sorry about that. Somebody just popped in the booth and wanted to chat. Let me flip-flop you all. Let's go, let's go. Switch you to the other camera. Let's open up the scoring. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Disick and Johnson versus, I hope I'm saying that right, by the way. Unreal. Unreal would just happen. I mean, I'd be nauseous. But congratulations. I think Jason Weldon and Sharon snapped that off. Sweating the 3-3 Hill Thriller. All right, so we got Jason, Andy Ben and Melissa Winkler versus Disick and Johnson. And Ryan really got Gwen in a good spot. I'm sure Gwen's probably real mad at herself right now. That's okay. We all know how that goes, right? All right, guys, I got to take a quick restroom break, so I apologize. Please enjoy the match. The score is currently 1-0. Let's refresh it and make sure that I'm right there. Yes, I am. It's a race to 3. These guys are on the B side. So this is a B side matchup, elimination round match. All right, enjoy. I'm going to mute my mic and step out to the restroom really quick. Be right back, folks. All right, so it doesn't look like I missed too much. Um, I'm there's still 1-0. I had to run to the restroom and grab a snack because I'm starving to death. I'm up here starving like Marvin. Um, and it looks like Andy Ben got a little bit fortunate. He didn't scratch on that shot, but looks like Melissa maybe have a clean side pocket available to her on the left. All right, so it looks like she did miss the ball in the side pocket. Sorry about that. Ryan Hogan's just came up and gave me the old puppy dog face. I felt bad for the kid. Like they had a good match and they were ahead most of the match. And Jason and Sharon just really stayed in the mix and waited for the mistakes and took every opportunity. So feel real bad for Ryan, but looks like they're going to take the scenic route through this tournament. All right, so decent shot there. He would have liked to, I think he would have liked to have bumped, he didn't even need to, he bumped to 14. 12 is really kind of a problem, but here's the trick. You cut the 11 in the side, you go up table, don't try to hold it. When you try to hold it, that's when you miss the balls. Now, you very well may try to hold this. She should go up table and just get the cue ball back out towards the center. All right, so she misses the 11. But, you know, there was a good opportunity there, because see where the cue ball landed? Then you just stomp shot the 9, shoot the 14, shoot the 12 in the right side. But now Melissa and Andy have another opportunity to get back in this. As long as Andy doesn't overstroke this shot. I don't know if he was trying to get to the 2 in the side pocket or not. All right, so this is a tough shot, but luckily the cue ball will stop because of the 12 ball if she's able to pocket the 2 in the right side pocket. The only problem with this is I don't know that she can get under. Let's go while she's lining this up. Oh, I'll do it here in just a second. Well, I'm gonna swing around and swing my other camera to table 5. So I can get a right side view of the table. Right, so now, really, Disick and Johnson don't have a lot of problems here. They need to make the 11 and then come back out. Let me flip this. We're gonna move this camera. There you go. Good look for you guys at home. What's going on here? Can't really tell. Whoop, wrong way. There's a good look at Johnson. I think that's Johnson, right? All right, going back. A little bit back and forth action. Maybe some early round nerves. This is, I don't know, their second or third match. It looks like Disick actually just defeated Chrissy Hilminga and Cody Myers to get to this match. Or maybe, oh no, they lost. Let's check this out. I'm gonna look at this bracket just a tad, folks. Okay, so they lost first round to Cody and Chrissy. And they defeated Bristol and Hamlin, and now they're here. This is 9th through 12th position. You can see this here. I'm kind of showing you their path through the event. Bring that scorecard back up. Right, so, yeah, this is tough. Gotta make some decisions here because he's gotta figure out how to get from the 6 to the 8. The unfortunate part is, oh, okay, sorry, he's stripes. Brain fart. I'm struggling, y'all. I finally got some food in my gut and I feel a little bit better. Oh, and that's fine. The good thing is here is if she opts If she's comfortable enough to cut the 9, great. If not, and she cuts the 14, the 9's right in front of the pocket. But here, if she cuts this, it's going to have a lot of pace on it. Not sure how I feel. Either ball she shoots is going to have some pace on it. But at least if she shoots the 14, the 9 is literally in front of the pocket. So as long as she doesn't get under something, she's fine. Now I like the 9 if I can control the cue, which she's done beautifully. All right, there we go, Disick. I believe this is Disick. I'm not sure if I'm right. If anybody's watching and you guys know these two, you let me know. I do believe it's Disick. I think that's how you say the last name. And Johnson, I think the gentleman is Disick. All right. All right, score is 2-0 in favor of Disick and Johnson. See if they refresh their scoring. We're gonna pop it up for you. Boom. Oh, it's 2-1. Okay, so somehow I missed one. That's all right though. We got action. Good stuff. They didn't mark their don't use the patch, so all their 8 balls are not gonna count. Kidding, by the way, this little thing right here, you guys can see my cursor. This little thing, when they agree to not use the patch, they're supposed to click this and make this green. So if a referee were called to come up on an 8-ball shot and they make it, and he walks up and looks at their phone and their score, they're gonna be like, that's a loss, right? They have to click that box. All right, so it looks like, now that I look at this, this is a must-win rack for Andrew Benton and Melissa Winkler. The race is to 3 on the side. It does drop down to a race to 3 side. All right, guys, I just want you all to know that I keep popping in and out because I'm snacking, and I don't think you guys want to hear me chomping. So I'm starving to death, and I need hydration and food. Those are things that I really need. But at the moment, I'm not getting either. So the ladies who run the tournament here, they do a wonderful job of hooking you up with some snacks. So that's wonderful. I am never mad about that. Take just a second to say thank you to my sponsors for this particular event, Super Shot Billiard Supply and Billiard Buddy. If you guys don't know what a Billiard Buddy is, it's the coolest cue rest on the planet. If you're interested in purchasing one, please reach out to me on my socials. You can always do that. Or you can go to thebilliardbuddy.com, or you can go to Billiard Buddy on Facebook. I've tagged them in some of my posts, so if we're friends on social media, make sure you check that out. They are the absolute coolest cue rest on the planet for a couple reasons, and I'll tell you why. One thing, this thing literally you can fold it and lay it over top of anything and it will hold your cue. You can even stick it to the wall and it will hold your cue. Another thing that's really cool about it, you can squish it all up and shove it into a pocket of your pool stick case, which is unreal. It's so neat. Like, it literally, it's like the coolest thing ever. So you can like fold it all up and shove it into the smallest space in your pool stick case, and when you pull it out, it poof goes back into shape. So they're super affordable. You can get a 2-stick for $25. You can get a 3-stick for $30, and you can get a 5-stick Billiard Buddy for $35. But if you're coming to this event, just come see me because I have some for sale. You don't even have to mail them to you. All right, so a little bit of back and forth action in this rack. The score is 2-1. This is a race to 3, so elimination round matchups. So whoever loses this match will be going home in 9th through 12th, I do believe. Whoever wins will be sitting in 7th, 8th, and advancing forward. Or having an opportunity to advance forward. All right, let's go. So the 2-10 are kind of funky. The 6 may have to be played off the 9, depending on their situation. I don't know if she can see enough of the 2 to pocket the 2. I think she has solids. No, she has stripes. All right, so she's looking at cutting the 11. It's a tough shot. Like, playing this with a high ball, she does have to be mindful if she plays it with any right-hand spin at all that she's going to knock the 8 around. That makes me nervous, yeah. Oh, she hit it really good. Great shot by Melissa. It's not an easy shot either. She was froze on the rail. She was froze on the left long rail on top of it, so that was really a good shot. For those of you guys who don't know, Melissa is actually, she has been a master player for many years in VNEA. She, I actually think I've played her in the finals before of this event many years ago, but she originated out of Adrian, Tecumseh area. Played many years there. Now I think she plays, probably playing in Jackson. But she's a nice girl and been competing for a long time since a very young age. I was kind of surprised to see her playing in this event, but here she is. All right, so she's in a bit of a spot here. Oh, look at her passing interference to the table next to her. Somebody's over there hitting balls, knocking balls around. All right, so we're gonna have another B-side match coming up on the other table. I can't roll them both. I may try to set them up, but I wouldn't be able to score them both. So we'll see what we can do here. We've already had one of those 2 teams on the stream already, so see if I can do some mixing and moving. I don't know if I can or not. All right, guys, so this is a bit of a mess because I'm kind of twiddling around with my camera setup. So on the bottom is the Disick and Johnson. It's Ronnie Disick and Brianna Johnson. Okay, and I'm not sure that I'm saying that right, but you know what I'm saying, so there's that. Scores 2-1, Disick and Johnson on the hill. That's your bottom right-hand side view. On the left, I have the Clark and Holland, whatever. I had them on the stream. First round, playing against Jacob Elliott, last year's Open Division winner, and his partner, Harley Jo Gary, who was our 7 and below winner. And I typically don't like to, I've got a screen to put them both on, but because they're both pretty decent matches, the only thing is I'm not going to be able to give you the score line of Jacob and Harley Jo. I'll check into it. We'll see what I could come up with. We might be able to pop it up here and there. But if this match finishes, wow, good job by Ronnie. He landed on that ball. Good shot. Landed on the ball and it went. That's fantastic. That 8-ball, this 8-ball right here, ladies and gentlemen, to win this match. To win this match and advance forward and sitting in, I think they're sitting in 9th through 12th right now. So if they win this match, they'll be sitting in 7th, 8th. All right, so Jacob and Harley on the left, they took an early round, first round loss to the gruesome twosome, which we just saw a minute ago, Gwen and Ryan Hogan's. And so now they are battling through the B side. Lots of things going on here, folks. I'm trying to balance all the pieces and parts. Wanted to make sure you guys could see the score of our feature match and didn't want to take away your opportunity to watch maybe another good match as well. Harley and Jacob are some young guns that they're coming along through the ranks. Unfortunately, Brianna did miss that 8-ball, and Melissa and Andy may have a real opportunity to tie this match up right here. All right, so it looks like there's a few things going on with this. Melissa went valiantly at the combination, didn't make it, and this 8-ball to win the set for Disick and Johnson. They'll be advancing forward. Congratulations to them. End of the road for Andy Ben and Melissa Winkler. They are out for this year's state championship doubles tournaments. Let's see what I can come up with here. Where are... Let me go to this camera. Let me see if I can... refresh this. There we go. Options. There's a score on the Elliott Gary Hattendorf Clark match. It just got started. I think that was rack 1. Jacob and Harley Jo. I think they won that rack. A little bit of info about this young lady and her partner there, Jacob Elliott. So Jacob is a junior that came through our junior program, also came through our junior program in VNEA, but also through the Adrian Junior program, Adrian Jackson. Um, he was a junior national champion, as well as last year's Open 8-ball division champion. That's how he's a master here at the Master State Championships. His partner, Hullard Joe Gary, also came through our junior program, but I don't believe she ever won any national titles as a junior. I think she stopped playing before that, but in the last few years has come back to playing pool again. And actually, a little tidbit of information, she actually works for us at our family bar, my mom's bar. She is a really hard worker, and so it makes a lot of sense that she likes to play pool because it requires a lot of work to be good at it. So they have won the first rack. This is a race to 3. They took a first round loss, like I said. Both these teams actually are now on the B side, obviously. It's a short race, only a race to 3. Jacob's got some decision making to do here. Oh, I think he tried to do some touchy-touchy there, but we'll see. So if you're new to the chat, or to the stream, sorry, my name is Lonnie Fox Raymond. I am the host of LFR Live. You are watching the Michigan VNEA State Championships Masters Scotch Doubles Division. This is a B-side matchup. At the moment, I think the A side is a little behind, so I think they moved them up to a different tier. But lots of good matches to be played still. I think they are guaranteed sitting in this position, the same thing as Disick and Johnson just were. This is a 9th through 12th place position. So it looks like Harley didn't quite get the cue ball around enough for the 15 ball, so Jacob's probably going to have to spin around the edge of the 5 ball. He can get level cued though. He's looking at cutting the 15. I'm just not sure that there's a means to an end on that shot, simply because the 10 ball, I don't know that it goes anywhere. So that's where it can be a little difficult, right? I don't know that the cue ball really benefits him to go there. Try to cut that ball, because he doesn't. Bad spot. Alright, so he's going to opt to cut this. Now if the 10 goes past that 5 in the bottom right-hand corner, then I'm a little less leery of the actual shot, because they can still use that 12 ball up table to get back to the 10. If he level cues, and maybe he can go into the bump, but he's going to be bumping it towards the 3-7. Yeah, he's got to play it with a high ball to get the cue ball out of the way. Doesn't really work. So, they left him pretty tough. I mean, he's going a straight in 6 ball. He does have that. But other than that, I don't think the 3-7 line up for a combination, so that's no bueno. He could play the 4. The 4 he may be able to drag around with some the right-hand spin in the middle on that, but he didn't need to, so he's going to go ahead and just leave her for the 5. I'm just not sure. 7. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you currently aren't already a subscriber. We thank you. Oh, Larry Elwell, thank you so much. I just got your Venmo. Appreciate your support. Absolutely. Can't do what I do. Oh, gotcha. Thank you so much, Larry. We appreciate that. Hopefully you guys can't see my background or hear my background music too much. Wow. All right, guys. So basically, yeah, thanks, Bucket Dad. I totally know it's brutal, right? So what's basically happening is that we have to put a noise gate on. Now, I'm going to take the noise gate off for just a second because it's a drastic difference to show you. But what sucks about that is that if I don't have the noise gate on, I will get copyright nailed in a hot second. So basically I have to keep the background music that they're playing here, which is very loud. I have to keep it from getting recognized on the stream by the, what do you call them? The bots, right? So when I'm not talking, it'll still pick up the background music, which is exactly the problem that we're fighting with. So it does make it kind of choppy in and out, and I wish that they would just turn the music down a tad bit. But this is an amateur event, it's not a professional event, and so they're gonna have a ton of music playing, right? Because amateurs don't play in silence or in copyright music land. So it's tough. I left the background music off for just a, or noise gate off for just a second, because I wish that I could make this a little bit easier, but unfortunately it's just the way it is. But I do not want to get copyrighted, so I'm afraid that if I get copyrighted, I'm going to get in trouble. Basically what happens is if I get copyright nailed by YouTube, then I lose my monetization, and that's the only way that I really make money is through my YouTube, unless people send me chats or Venmos or PayPals, which you have done. Thank you so much. But literally, that's so getting copyright nailed can lead to YouTube, you know, taking away my monetization. Yeah. So first off, post up does a couple different things. He ducks the music, which is great. He also, most of the time, is in control of his environment. And I totally understand what you're saying, but like when he did the US Open and all that stuff, he also has a booth. When you have a booth, you can put the copyright music in your play and then add a table mic. Like when I stream for the WPBA, I can do all the things, right? I can do all the things. But because I have a booth, and so I don't have to contend with all the background music through my microphone, but also, you know, I can set up a table mic or whatever. But because he has the booth, now here at this event, I chose not to bring my booth because I want to mess with the sound a little bit. So I apologize if it's a little weird, but I intend to do my best to try to mask whatever I can mask. Yeah, and see, even here when I'm sitting here, I wonder if I add some dubbing. Hold on just a second. Let me see what I can add here. So I've been twiddling with the properties and the filters from this for quite a while, but I don't know that it'll actually work for me. I'm trying to keep as much of the background noise out as possible. Sometimes the noise gate is a little too aggressive though. Yeah, I love streaming. I just wish that YouTube wasn't such a pain in the butt. So if I wanted to build a booth and travel it with me, which like I do with the WPBA, that would be great. I could do it, and I could do the same things that Collins does, which I have the copyright music and I do all that, you know. But like the hard part is when it catches the background music and then YouTube catches it. It's like, bleh. It's so frustrating. But I do duck out my copyright music and I try all that. But when I talk, I'm not in a booth, so all my background music will come in. Sucks. Now, how bad is that staying below? Like, are we really grabbing that outside music right now? So basically, I'm using somewhat of a noise suppression versus a noise gate. If that will work without sounding too weird at home for y'all, I'll try that for a while, but I'm not trying to get copyright nailed, y'all. I'm for real. Either that or I'm going to have to build my own server, and I don't have enough money for that right now. We got to use this one to build that one, right? Oh, good. Maybe the noise suppression thing is working. Is my voice cutting in and out? They got bots. Bots have good voices. But yeah, but if you can't hear the background music, then they probably can't either, and that's ultimately my goal. So this is just a noise suppression. Oh, yay. This is probably just noise suppression instead of a noise gate. And if it'll keep that music at bay, I'm okay with that. All right, guys, hold on just a second. My husband just got back. Thank you. Thank you guys for watching. All right, guys, I'm back. Let's see what we can come up with here. I'm gonna real quick get some background music going in the background just so in case the bots decide to fade me. We can, I don't even know what I'm playing, so y'all just bear with me. It could be terrible. I don't know. It's just the copyright stuff, so. Hi, Politico. I'm so glad you're back. I know I'm going to lose a lot of you guys when the expo starts, and that's okay. I don't blame you, but make sure you pop in or put me on a... I need you guys to put me on like a separate tablet or something. You can just mute me because I know I babble, but I'm doing all this event for the next 4 days, so... and there's going to be some great team matches. I'm pretty excited about the team event for this, and obviously I'm really pumped up about the Masters singles, 8-ball and 9-ball as well, because we've got some good players here. Ryan Hogan's, Jacob Elliott, who's playing in this match right now. He's not at the table, but he's in this doubles match, as well as Cody Myers, and there's some really good solid players in our Masters division. I would expect that Houston Rodriguez will also be here. I haven't looked at the men's players list yet, but we have some solid players in Michigan, so I look forward to doing some of those men's Masters matches, and as well as the women's. There's also, you know, a good solid field of women players here in Michigan as well. Obviously, I'm not eligible for VNEA any longer, but VNEA is one of those leagues that if you're a touring professional and you get paychecks, you get checks, you cash in the pro events, then you're not eligible. Was mostly once you hit top 32 rank. So obviously I'm not eligible any longer. All right, so hopefully I can get this noise suppression to work enough that you guys can't hear all that music in the background without me sounding too terribly choppy. I am worried about that. I don't like it when I watch a stream where the sound is really choppy, so I apologize if it's annoying. It's really the best I can do for now till I can figure out all these proper settings without my booth. You know, when I got my booth, it's easy, right? I can do this in my sleep without my booth, or with my booth, but I didn't bring it. So I'm testing the waters and taking chances. You know, what is it? They always say, drive fast, take chances. Well, that's what I'm doing with streaming this week. So driving fast and taking chances and hoping that YouTube doesn't catch me. All right, so the score is 1-1, and with that scratch, Carly Cho's coming back to the table with ball in hand. Probably going to need to get rid of that 11 first. With ball in hand, she should be able to get in there and get rid of that ball, which will get them started. This is better than the full noise gate. Okay, great. Thanks. Now, as long as the music in the room is not drastically loud, I should be able to avoid any kind of copyright nails, but you know, they've got a big jukebox here, and like I said, this is an amateur event. They're wanting to have a good time, you know, and so they like to have music. It's different with the professionals, but amateurs, they love them some noise, you know. It's that the donut shop. Oh, stay the donut shop, right? I gotcha. Alright, so looks like Carly went ahead and made the 11, but she left him just a little under that 12 ball. Jacob is a very, very good young player. I want to say he's mid-600s in Fargo, although that has nothing to do with VNEA. But he also could play some safeties here. I mean, he could do a few things. And I don't mean any disrespect, but I do believe that if he misses, Yeah, he's good. That's a great shot. That's the right shot. The unfortunate part is that he's left Harley in a little bit of a position. She can play the 9 now because she's dead straight on the 10, so that's no good. Alright, so this is okay though, because I think she's left angle on both balls. If Jacob wants to play the 15, he can. He can come back down table, or he can stun the 10 over like that for the 15 in the top right corner. She just needs to go one rail back out towards the center of the table. She could have hit that with a little more pace to try to get the cue ball a little closer to the... Oh no, the 8 ball's on the right-hand side. She hit it perfect. For whatever reason, I thought this ball on the left long rail was the 8 ball. Alright, so that's going to get them on the hill. Ooh, he banked it in. Alright, so looks like Jacob and Harley, Elliot and Gary are 2-1 on the hill. But I don't know who's breaking. Alright, looks like their break. So that could be good. That could definitely be good. Let's refresh our scores. Yeah, 2-1 in favor of Elliot and Gary. Like I said, this is a B-side matchup. This is a race to 3. You can see that right there. Right there at the top. That's the race. This is the current score. This is also the current score. The little green blocks shows you which games they won. So they won game 1. They lost game 2. They won game 3. And they're looking to win game 4. If not, we're going to have another Hill thriller, folks. I know, I want them to stay at the donut shop. Hopefully YouTube's donut shop has great donuts. Alright, so dry break. Harley and Jacob are going to go ahead and have a seat. Hattendorf and Clark are back at the table. Like us, it looks like they have matching jerseys, which is cool. And this gentleman, he always wears his sunglasses on the back of his head. Hey, what's up, Reed? What's up, Justin? Nice seeing you. Thanks for stopping in. Alright, well, so it looks like stripes are sitting a little bit better, only because of the red 3. But that 15 ball... the top of your view, the top of the table is it's a little bit bad. It's not, I mean, the 13 could lead them there, and just depends on how they get positioned on the 13. I don't know if it goes past the 1. I don't know how I felt about him bumping that ball, but his partner is going to have a good shot, so stomping. Stop it. Stop it. Yeah, thanks, Justin. How you doing, bud? You been good? Haven't heard much of ya. Alright, so, she's gonna make this. She's gotta be careful of the side pockets. She's okay. She's definitely okay. Now, they got a 3-ball combination, or he has the 12. I don't know if he has all of the 12. The 3-ball combination, though, you have to be really mindful of a couple different things. So he's going to leave the 3-ball and come around. Yep, come around 2 rails. Needs a little bit more pace on the ball. She may be able to make this 13 and slide over for the 15 in the same pocket. But I don't know how much, if she's got enough angle for that from this view. Yeah, digital pool's great. Like I don't have a single problem with digital pool. I've obviously, with my streaming with the WPBA, that's all we use, right? So, but for this particular event, VNEA, we're using CompuSport. So if anybody wants to follow along with the brackets, they can go to CompuSport.ca or CompuSport.us. Look for Michigan VNEA State Championships. You'll be able to follow along with all the brackets. All right, so she overshot that, and I know she was just trying to get across table for the 15 ball. Clearly, it was necessary in order for her, you know, to think they had half a shot at getting out. All right, Jacob comes to the table. Don't really know. He may have the 4. Does have to be mindful of shooting the 4 and hitting the 13. Looks like the 6 may go. 6 goes. It's a great starting opportunity. Oh, and he gets the breakout. How'd he hit that, folks? Great shot. Good opportunity here. Get this match done. And moving on to the next round, I think they're sitting in 9th through 12th. Only bad thing here is the 13 is a really big ball. So Harley's got to be mindful. She's going to hit this. Ultimately, what she needs to do here is use a little draw on this ball and drag around and away from that. She used a little bit of inside. I don't know if she left Jacob the 7, but she got the cue ball back up out of the rail, off the rail, so that's good. If he's got the 7, that's great. If not, he's got the 3. But he does need to know where the cue ball's going. Is he going to track in between the 1 and the 15? He's going to go to the rail and back through there. Is he going to try to draw it up and hold it above the 5? Let's see what Jacob decides to do with this shot, this opportunity. He really could just slide it over and let Harley shoot the 5 up table too. So there's lots of options with this rack still. All right, so he opted to stay over the 5 ball, which I think was a very smart play. She's gonna need to roll this ball forward. She doesn't want to hit the 15. It could cause a big problem. All right, so she manages to miss the 15. Good shot. He just needs to go 1 rail back out to the center. Try to, basically he wants to lay the cue ball in between the 7 and the 10. Like, in your vision. There you go. Came up a little short. Put a little bit of a tester on Harley Joe, but that's all right. I'm sure she can handle it. Shoot this shot with a little draw. Should be perfectly fine. Oh, she digs in and doesn't stay down on the ball. Yeah, a little bit too much body movement there. Sometimes we think when we gotta draw the ball that we have to really put all our body into it. And actually, it's kind of the opposite. Jasmine Ocean has a great video on drawing the ball and how sometimes less is more. It's a very, very cool video, and she's really funny. If you guys have never watched any of Jasmine's videos on YouTube, you should go check it out. She's got some great instructional videos there, and her draw video is one of my favorites, honestly, because it's very informative, and it's the little things about the draw stroke that some people don't realize are necessary, and right there, that's a prime example. Harley could have easily made that ball and stayed down on the shot and still follow through with enough power to bring the cue ball back around. All right, so now she's left her partner tough. Yeah. Yeah, so Harley Joe is a very pretty young lady. You're right. Totally to go. I'm hoping that's what you mean. Alright, so now he's left his partner on the rail. It's weird how that happens, isn't it? One person's on the rail, then they shoot their shot, and the next person's still stuck on the rail. Alright, so let's see. She may have to opt to just roll this ball in. Just roll it in and make her partner take a tougher shot on the 8. That might be all she has. We'll see. And thus she can dig into the cue ball and really elevate her cue and keep accuracy. So that can be difficult. Yeah. So she just rolls it in and leaves her partner a tough shot. That's about all she's got. All right, so he's coming to the table. He's got to put a... I don't think there's any concern with a scratch here. I mean, he'd have to hit it terribly to scratch. So, or put a lot of draw on it, and he doesn't need neither of those things. He doesn't need to hit it too super hard, and he doesn't need to draw it. So if he can level cue, play this with even center ball, even high, doesn't matter. Just not draw. Cut the ball in at pocket speed. The cue ball should track 2 rails back down to where he's standing. Yeah, just like that. Great shot. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this match is a hill thriller with Hattendorf and Clark to break. All right, guys, sorry about that. I actually had someone stop in that played on the stream earlier and asked me about a clip of his jump shot. And I said, yep, I can probably go back later and clip it out for you. I just wanted to, you know, he came up to talk and he'd played on the stream. Actually, I think it was last round, and he had a really cool jump shot, so he wanted to know if I could clip it for him. All right, so these guys are in a bit of a battle, right? It's 2-2. I will refresh that score for you guys. I'm currently working on something really cool. My husband, I sent him, I know this is bad, I sent him to the store to, I have a projector, and I wanted to put it on the wall here. But the problem is all the walls around me where I can really plug into are black. So like my projector doesn't work well on black walls, and the other walls are textured with some weird lines in them, and they don't work right for what I'm trying to do. So I literally just sent my husband to the store to get me a projector screen. Oh, King Torture and crossword cues are some of the nicest people on earth. All right. All right, well, I like Torture. He's awesome. Oh, you mean, okay, I know who you're talking about when you say cues now, but you spelled it like cues as in like cue the music versus cues like C-U-E-S. So I was confused for a second. They are really nice. I really like Torture You. I think they're great. All right, so somebody just knocked the 8-ball in, unfortunately. That's brutal. Well, that's pretty bad. Alright. I was all over here talking to you, Politico, and I seen that. Looks like someone's upset. I'm gonna play some promos. So thanks for tuning in. And I would agree, y'all, the Torture is fantastic, and so is, yeah, the cute guy. They're fantastic. I totally get it. For a picture of me in the audience. There you go, Politico. You're going to have to do it sometime, buddy. Sounds great. All right, so check out my VNEA promo, and I'm going to get some stuff taken care of real quick, and we'll be right back in action as soon as we have another match assigned to our table. Okay, what's happening, folks? This is Lonnie. I am just letting you guys know that we are going to reboot the stream and get started. We do have, I believe, the hot seat match from the Open Division, Scotch doubles, and the 4th place match coming up from the Masters. So please make sure, if you're not already currently subscribed to the channel, to take just a second to subscribe to LFR Live. That way you always get notified when we go live. Yeah, so we're going to reboot this stream and we'll see you guys shortly.